Hello to online audience. Так, mute. Mute. Eugene.
I can also
Mute yourself.
I'll mute myself. I mute and also I turn off audio.
I'll check.
So do you like place? Do you like pizza? Just raise your hand if you like it. Great. Great. So it's good beginning of the evening, right?
Sure thing. We're checking everything for online stream. We have echo somewhere. Do we still have echo? No. Okay. Should I turn this off or should I just all listen to the music a little? I'm sure you have something more exciting for us. So let's stop this for now. Okay. So we are on time. First of all, I want to check if you are online watching us. Please write if you can hear us well, if you can see us well. That's important. Because our microphones are just for the online stream. So we will be checking now the stream, if everything is good. Yes to both. So I guess that's all right. Yulia, you have microphone on you. That's good. You don't, but I will give you mine because you're nice. People say you are the nicest person in North Cloud.
And he has to say that because we paid for the pizza.
When I was picking it up, I remember different, but hopefully.
All right. All right. You are paying for the pizza then.
Well, we'll clarify that. Yeah. Maybe they. Okay, everything works. We got the online message that they can hear us, they can see us. I think we can start. Good. So I will not annoy you much. I will be short. Welcome to our PyMunich meetup. I want to count you, but I will do that later. It should be 50, and I think it's perfectly 50 because we had 50 seats exactly. This is good. Online, I expect about another 50. We will see about that, so making it 100. Now, the plan for today is we have 3 talks. You've all seen the agenda. Thank you. You all seen the agenda, so that's our plan. No changes there. Schedule more or less as well. No change there. I will not introduce ourselves yet. I will better introduce our host. Our host is NordCloud. Please applause. And let the nicest person of NordCloud, who hopefully pays for pizza double, maybe extra in my pockets, introduce the company. Yes.
I won't introduce the company itself because that is what Julia will do. I just have a couple of things to mention. Is any one of you not happy to be on a photo?
That's good.
Perfect. If you're still not happy to be on a photo, come to me afterwards, then we'll delete you somehow. Second thing, if there are smokers or people who like fresh air and want to leave this place from time to time, you met the red-haired lady downstairs. Be nice to her. She will let you in again afterwards. So she is the one who with the key to the elevator. And yeah, we're happy to have the Python meetup today here.
Yep.
We are super happy to get the opportunity. This is our new office. If something is not working yet, it's because we are quite new here. So it's 3 months now. And over to Julia for the introduction of NordCloud.
Yes, of course. So let's start. So as Richard and Anton mentioned, I'm Julia, and I'm one of the NordCloudians here. And basically what I want to say is that I was here already one more year, and I realized one thing about our company, that our company do not say we should have self-hosted solutions. We say, let's embrace a cloud-native solution. Basic idea of our company is to embrace cloud solutions for our clients. We have a lot of big clients. And one of the things that we provide of our clients is basically very wide range of stuff, but right now it's 1,500 people support them in different cloud solutions. Especially we have advisor, architectures, consultants, designers, developers, and engineers. And this wide range of people cover a lot of stuff. For example, they can cover strategy, they can cover management, they can cover cloud foundation, they can cover innovation. They're ready to support our clients on every step of their cloud journey. And we have very high expertise. And also, it's not just like some people behind screens that work really hard all day. It's also people who knows how to join their time. For example, they have building community, AWS community, Azure community. Right now we have Python community, and we are happy to have you. As well, they have very interesting hobbies. And also they know how to do after work activities, like parties, like team building events, and so on. And by saying this, I also want to mention that we now have open positions. So we hire, you can go to our portal, NordCloud, and just check open positions. And also, I believe you can just submit like your CV, and HR will check or some of the recruitments. It depends. So you can just check because there's a lot of different stuff. So I'm not constantly checking, and also I'm not aware. So just check, have a look, and see. Okay, great, thank you. And now I would like to start by my topic. Basically, my topic is based on data harvest and logging insights with Python web scraping. And before going to the topic, I would like, first of all, to introduce myself again, that I'm Yulia Barabash. I am coming from Ukraine, and I have, thank you. I am coming from Ukraine, and I'm working here as cloud engineer. And also my main stack is basically backend developer, developing also different database technologies and also cloud solutions, especially AWS. And the first stop in Germany was when I came here. It was in Passau. It's a very nice city. It's where my university located. I get there my master's degree. And it's a very small city, but it's still a lot of people. And especially people who comes here understand that sometimes it's very hard to find accommodations. And we usually face some problems, like human problems, because we are not animals. For example, we cannot live on the streets because it's not possible. We also cannot get in somebody's house and claim that our house, like all spiders do, especially if it's a big spider. So it's not my apartment, it's my spider's apartment. And also you cannot leave a tenant because it's not a nice thing to do. Especially it can be suitable because you can put it next to your university, like 10 minutes walk, but it's not allowed in Germany. So unfortunately, we need to find apartment. And when I search for apartment, I usually ask myself different questions. For example, how I can track a new posting, how I can track rent price per city area, because we know that sometimes city area can be not nice, but still it's very good to get somewhere, and prices can be cheaper there. And also depends on the seasons, because some seasons when there's a lot of new people coming, you can see that like more expensive, less people coming, like it's still fine. And we know this information available online, and you can access it, and people can read it. And maybe there are some tools that can help you to get this information. And one of the tools is basically web scraping, because web scraping, it's automated process of getting information and parsing HTML pages from web. Additionally, it has a big set of functionality, for example, for processing, validation, cleaning, analysis, especially nowadays, we can see that a lot of different artificial intelligence models that they generate text, they generate comments, and for this we need a lot of data. And a lot of companies get this data from Redis, from Google, for Google Comments, for Twitter, and so on. Some reviews just to teach their model. And in this case, web scraping can be very useful. But as we are right now on the Python event, so let's talk about the tool that can help us to do this in Python. And it's called web scraping. It's called Scrappy. It's a very nice tool that has asynchronous architecture to basically scrape websites. Additionally, it has some out-of-box functionality. For example, it can retry, it can handle concurrency, it can handle, it also can proxy, switch proxies, a lot of nice stuff. Additionally, this tool comes already with some base that you can use it. It's easy to use it. But the idea is just to put your business logic there. For example, what you want to get. For example, I want to get list of apartments, and I just put my business logic inside Scrappy, and I can run it. So, but before going to technical part and also to explain how we can do this, I would start by saying that a lot of nice things in the Scrappy, but I working in a team more even than 4 years, and I realized one thing, that a lot of people, when I talk with them, when I mentor them, when I my coworkers, newcomers, sometimes they get stuck and they get overwhelmed by the information, especially if you knew this. So that's why in this practical part, we'll just focus on the simple example, and I will show you how to parse the web page, and you can do it on your own. And after that, if you're interested, you can just come up with your idea and make it better. And for this, we will follow 3 steps. Initial setup and project architecture, how to write simple parsing, the second step, and at the end, processing in pipeline. So let's start with our setup. As I mentioned before, it's basically Python library. And for this, as we Python developer, we know that it's just enough to Python install Scrap and you have your local machine. Additionally, it comes with common already with command line interface. So basically, command line interface, already you have some execute from your terminal. For example, what we're interested in right now is 3 different commands: fetch, get spiders, and start project. Fetch, if you want to fetch simple page for your terminal, you just specify fetch URL, you can get the page and you can play around. Get spider, we will use it to predefine some template for our spider that will fetch information from web. And also start project, where we create some project. Right. So creation of the project. To create the project, we just need to, as I mentioned, we already have some commands. We just need to execute Scrappy, start project, apartment scrapper is the name of our project. And after that, we will have some kind of magic. We will have some kind of magic because our spider will define structure for us. And by this, I mean it's already built our foundation. And basically what we need, we just need to focus on 3 parts. We need to focus on the spiders, where we put our spider who is responsible for scraping web pages. We also can define data models because sometimes you validate, you want to clean your data, so it's better to define model in items.py. And also pipeline if you want to enrich your data or clean your data or validate your data. And if you want to store your data as well. And these 3 files is enough to basically just to create simple project. So let's start do scrapping. I want to mention that we will follow the 3 steps. We will just create the simple spider. we will create the simple spider. We need to define our start URL. We need to define how we want to parse, and we just need to start execution. It's already exists here. It's my project, what I did before, and I will show you. So basically, this is a small spider. We call this spider, and here we define our logic, how we want to parse this our page. For example, we interested in scrapping immovel, but not this page. Let's even copy this page so you will see. Let's load. We are interested in parsing this information. For example, the price, meter square, and number of the rooms. Okay, great. And for this, we need to define method parser. First of all, we define our start URL. When we define our start URL, it's like our entry point that our spider executes. After that, it gets response. It will start execute parse method. And in parse method, we define that we want to select div that contains this class. And this class usually responsible for the kind of information box like contains information about our apartment. If we will check one of the boxes, like this one, for example, because sometimes this one, be interested in this box, and we can see that class of this box is exactly what we're searching for. And when we execute this, we usually will receive list of divs that contains information about apartment. After that, we check if it's not empty. And if it's not empty, if it's empty, we just stop our execution. If it's not empty, we will start processing information. And basically, start processing information. We're going through each apartment, and we select, for example, price, area, size, basically room, and we'll return. I will need just to 1 minute because it was some kind of preparation. You don't need this part so far. And here I define that we can go through pages because we have one page, but we want to get to the end of the pages. So we get our URL. We see that we need to always change number to get to the next page like this. So we on the next change, and we also always iterate till we finish end of the list. So we can start our execution. And we can see that it's the error, unfortunately, right now. I'm very unlucky. Yes, it will always work before, but now. And I'm not going, of course, to fix it, unfortunately. But maybe if I, oh my God, I still need this. Maybe let's try again. Okay, now it's fine. It's something that I don't want to mention at this point, but it works at least. So we see that we sent request, we get our 200, and we also get link to from where it was fetched, and we can see that we get our price, size, rooms. Nice. Now we have this information on our local machine. Now we finish with step 2, where we write simple parsing. But before this, we also need to mention data modeling. Because data modeling also important, especially if you have SQL, where you have to have defined schema for your database, and you need to be sure that your field exists. In this way, you can just define items, field of the items, and you can use it. And for this, I already implement something. It's located in items.py. identify size, rooms, price, and also here it will be for our use in our pipeline that I will show you. And these items that we will fetch from our page. And here we pass. We create our item. Great. Another stuff that we need to mention, final one, is basically pipelines. Pipelines is very important as well, because in pipelines you can put in some your logic that your items will go through. For example, cleaning, validation, enrichment, storing to database. And right now, in the current implementation, we already have one pipeline that will process our item. It's very, very simple pipeline. For example, we extract numbers, we extract size from our method, we extract size from our data because it comes with string, and also it has like meter square, and we need this number integer, float in our case. But here we extract it in this method. Additionally, we need price and extract simple price because our price also comes with euro, and we just want to have like integer so we can calculate. And here we just calculate. Here we calculate the price per square meter for our apartments. And now when you checking in for apartment, you also can see the price of the meter square, and you can calculate. Is it very good option for you to live? Of course, if they accept you. And for this, let's execute final step. Thank you very much. Let's execute the final step again. So we just execute here the Scrappy. This command is responsible for running our spider. This is the name of our spider, as I mentioned before. It's specified here, name of our spider. And here you can specify the output variable you want to save it. And we run again. Oh my God, it's again. I'm so unlucky today. Okay. But we're not. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe problem here. Like, come on. I don't think so. That's fine. It's living its life, you know. Sometimes laptop just feels that you have demo. It's very important, and just like spoil your day. It's always like this. So now we can check our information that we parse, and we see that we parse price. We know the price of apartment. We parse size. We parse how many rooms do we have, and price per square meters. And we can do some analysis. And I believe it's enough to make a nice decision when we want to live. And I want to finalize everything just by summing up what the real benefits of it. So it's powerful and flexible because it can scale very fast. Also, asynchronous architecture, it's very, very useful, especially nowadays, because some web pages have some like traps for your spiders. So basically, you can send requests. It will wait for response, but there will be not response. So it will just consume your power on your side. That's why it just sends requests. It doesn't wait, but it doesn't wait, but it processes the request that you receive. Item pipeline that you can process after getting your data in pipeline, enrich, store, validate, and so on, and also different selectors. In your case, I show CSS selectors, but there's more selectors. One of them is the most very powerful is XPath. And also support for multi-output format. It means you can save to JSON, you can save to PostgreSQL, and you can save to MySQL. And also to debug if you're cloud engineer as me. And I think it's all. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for everything. Thank you. So do you have some questions? Does somebody have some questions?
Please, first question. And you repeat it because you have the microphone.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the question is with web scraping, what is the legal situation? Because I think Immowelt do not like you to extract information from it and process it. So do you have to do some contract or do they do some countermeasures?
So I think it depends from the country to the country, because I think the law in US and European countries are different, and I believe it depends at the end of the day, depends how you use your information. So I cannot tell you the exact, but this information is public, so it's like great area, you know. You can still read it, but about saving it, I don't know. So yeah.
Here, but maybe you have, let's say, a Check24 site to get some price comparison or something.
But I also can do,
different.
yeah, but I also can do in calculator, just like,
Yes, of course.
so it's like,
And you know, Elon Musk limited the amount of data you can get from Twitter now. Maybe.
yeah, but yeah, but there's a lot of theories around this. Most probably, we don't know everything. So let's have a next question.
Yes. Next one. The first hand was there. Have you raised the hand? Who's in the first, please?
So most sites also have the rules for robots. So which basically would come in as well. And then it can say it's not allowed or disallowed.
It's also so basically you mean if this web scraper will not block by bot, some like protection from bots, right?
Exactly. So this is what you also ask. If the robots say that, oh, if the robotics test say that no robots allowed, then you should also not be allowed to use this.
Yeah.
If there's no rules for robots, then they should be allowed as well. Or
You can set it up if you want to follow this rule or not follow this rule. It do not allow you to set this up. It's up to you.
That's a different story. That's the point B. Robots are allowed, they should be allowed as well.
Yeah. But what of the nice thing also about robots that he mentioned, sometimes you can see that if you're going through the pages very, very quick, you can see that you need to do some quiz to show you're human.
Have to be quick, Julia.
Okay.
A lot of interest.
Okay, so and here you can just there's setup that you can change your proxy and it can tackle your problem. If you check, there's tools to tackle your problem.
Good job. Next question. Over there, I saw. And Danny. Yes, please. Yes. Please question. Yes.
Yeah.
First question is that framework can work on this static content of web page, or it also can execute some JavaScript code, like it's based on WebDriver, or it's a wrapper around like beautiful super substance?
It's basically wrapper are between beautiful and request library, but also before starting do parsing, you can just define one method, start crawler, I believe. In there, you can put just enough information to tackle your problem. For example, if you need to press something or just log in, you can also try to do this via this method. Because I understand what do you mean. There are some complicated solutions, but I just tried on the simple websites. I don't believe it works with web games and so on. But well.
Next one. Yeah. Okay. Finish it. Do it. Yes.
In case if some content is collected, not collected, but composed dynamically, so
You need the list module for this.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
To
So
run JavaScript to generate code, the content you need an extra for this. Guys, you discuss this on the break. Next question.
And do you have any number about performance? How many fetches can
Right now it was, I believe, how many fetches in few seconds? Almost 600 and something. So it's very, very fast. 653 fetches in 3 seconds, I believe, or even less. So it's very efficient.
Very good. Last question, any? No, okay, then I give a question, but it's to Yulia. Yulia, how was it?
It
Was
was
your
great.
first talk,
Yeah,
right?
it was my first
Has been
talk.
nice to you?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, we are behind the schedule. We'll have a break now. You can grab the pizza while it's still kind of warm. Grab your beer. We have 10 minutes and we're on sharp because we are prepared. to my little room. It's a secret room, organizer room, to check the live stream, and now I'm gone.
And I'm sorry, but I cannot put it down.
Check the light.
Yeah, it lives its own life, right? You asked it.
Vlad, you say something.
Right. I'm thrilled to have such a packed and engaged audience here today. Thank you so much for coming.
Okay. Very, very good. And good news is it works. Yes. So thanks for staying with us. I hope pizza was still kind of eatable. Yeah. We continue with the next talk. Before we continue, we have some presents for you. This book. And this is classic. There are two books that I like the most. This is one of them, Architecture Patterns with Python. So I will raffle it right now. This is not from me, not from us, not from our company, not from NordCloud. This is from the community. We used to organize events for a while. Like the first event we did was a meetup, Python meetup in Munich in 2015. Yeah. Before us, there was Alexander. Alexander, where are you? Somewhere over there. The organizer of the initial Python user group in the university. So we have quite some history. 2015 was the first event. 2016, we thought we have to organize the conference PyCon Germany. Why the hell not? So we joined our forces with a Python user group, with Alexander, we did it, and we had like a non-commercial thing running just for the events. And this is the outcome. We have still many perks from there. So this is from community to community, some Python resources. We provide like educational access, books, free workshops, many things. Like this is really like the independent Munich Python activity that we're doing. So let's do it. Here I want to make two tasks in one move. I want to count you and I want to raffle this. So counting, we need to give everyone a number, and then we will use the random number generator. And we will, whatever number is shown there is the number. Is your laptop connected right now?
Yes.
Could you please open random number generator, anything? And yeah, we still don't know in which order we start, which number everyone will have, right? So let's start from you. 1, 2, count.
3.
And remember.
4.
6, 7.
If you don't like the book or don't want to participate, just say, screw you, I don't get a number.
12. 14.
15, 16, 17,
18.
20.
19. Oh my God, we still need to work on this. 20. Counting goes better, yeah?
29.
22,
33.
24, 35, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48.
Oh my God, 50. Richard, I think I think you owe me an applause. They were like, oh my God, we can only fit 50 people. What do we do? All good. Maybe we need to teach Boris a little, but apart from that, we can count. Okay. Well, technically 51. Richard, do you want the book or you're very smart? Good. Good. So 51. Okay. So random number generator, but we need to put more drama to this, okay? So let's do like this. Are you ready? 2, 1. Go! 43! Who's that? Bravissimo! Bravissimo! Well done. You're very welcome. Now the trick is we have more stuff. What's your name? What's your name? Dear winner. What's it? Julia. Julia, very good. So congrats to Julia, and we have more stuff, which we will not raffle right now. We will raffle it after. So remember your numbers. Remember your numbers. Important. Good. The second talk today is from Vlad. Vlad is my colleague and our cybernetic artificial and human intelligence combined together in one person. You can see on his glasses that he is half human, half machine. Very good. Yes, very good. Okay, so Vlad will give us an introduction about himself, introduction about our company, and he will present the battle of two infrastructure automation mechanisms. So please, warm welcome to Vlad.
Yeah, thank you, Anton. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today. I'm really happy to see that we have such a diverse topics, and this shows versatility of Python. So we were just talking about scraping, and now we are talking about cloud infrastructure. So I just need to stream with my slides on, right? Can you?
Yes, please.
Oh, do you think I can start it myself?
You just open your slides, yeah.
Okay, yes, perfect. I can see them now. Sorry, let me go back. Yeah, amazing. Right, so building the clouds. Before I dive into my topic, I just want, like Anton already mentioned, that I'm coming here from London. Is anyone else here in the audience not from Munich? Raise your hand. Yeah, quite a few people. Great. So this is my first time on Python Munich community. I'm really thrilled to see such level of organization. It's an amazing event. I'm honored to be part of this. Okay, couple words about myself. So I started my cloud journey quite a long time ago. It was 2011, 2010 actually. Yeah, I even forget my numbers already. I was part of the Microsoft Azure team. And for 4 years there, I was building Azure Traffic Manager. It's one of the services that's still there. It's working. It was really cool to be there in early days of the cloud. Then I moved to AWS, was working on AWS networking, and doing some other stuff in between. Right now, I'm part of the Tech 5, and we are a Python agency. We work on really cool projects. We have a very nice team, and we are looking for more projects. So if you like my presentation and you need something as cool in your teams, come to us and we can help you. Right. So what do we talk about today here? We talk about infrastructure as code. And if you go back to the days, like I mentioned, I started in 2010. There was no infrastructure as code. It followed shortly in 2011. And the first infra as code was AWS CloudFormation, and that was YAML. And YAML was good. It was simple, but cloud very quickly becomes complicated. So like you can't do much with very simple YAML. It gets terrible. The bigger your project becomes, it just becomes a nightmare. Trying to do anything beyond just full resources in YAML is very hard, especially like for us, for developers who are used to build nice, clean code. YAML is very far from that. So there were many people who realized that, yeah, YAML is not good. So what do? Let's do something better. But what was good about YAML? It was declarative. And cloud infrastructure is complicated. So it's good to use simple tools to build it, declarative tools. So the next tool that came into scene in 2014 was Terraform. So Terraform is better than YAML because it uses its own domain language, which is similar to JSON. It's nice. It's easy to read, easy to write. So it was much better. And because of that, very quickly, like in the span of merely 3 years, it became the dominant tool for the cloud infrastructure. So it had the benefit of being declarative, simple, but the cloud continuing its growth. So it became more and more complicated. And people who use Terraform realize like it's not that easy to do more complex stuff there, like bending JSON-like language to do some loops and conditions wasn't good. Right, but that was the beginning. Now, I'm thinking like, I started working as a cloud engineer. So that was my job. I was writing Terraform a lot. And then I I found that, okay, there are some new tools like that allow you to write in Python, and okay, I like Python a lot. But then I was questioning myself, like, why would I use Python for cloud? Like, Python is good for complicated logic. Cloud, like, you just want to declare resources that you have there. Would using Python introduce any errors, like any chance for problems? I just want to declare my infrastructure. So that wasn't like a natural shift, because simple and declarative is good for cloud. However, when we work in the teams, with the more mature cloud became, the more important it was to work in DevOps model. So you want your infrastructure engineers working with your developers, with your ops people, everyone together on the same team. But when you use Python for your application and use a different language for your infrastructure, it's not convenient. Like, developers can't do much with Terraform unless they learn a new syntax. Your infrastructure engineers who write Terraform, they probably don't want to look into your application, how to configure it, because they don't know Python or they don't want to look it. Very often, there were two separate repositories in Git. And again, that was a barrier. So really, the idea of writing both application and infrastructure code for the application in the same language had some very good benefits, like no need to learn one. But also, it's just so much nicer to write in Python. And as cloud infrastructure became more complicated, not having to bend Terraform to do this, complicated stuff, loops and conditionals, which it was not designed for, was really good to use Python for that. Right. Okay. Now, you remember, so Terraform was out in 2014. It was in full power by 2017. And because it was so dominant, like, people realized that there are other ways to do things. So a year later, in 2018, there were two separate efforts emerging that allowed you to write in general programming languages. So AWS CDK was released in preview. That was Amazon's answer to better infrastructure provisioning in general purpose language. And there was an independent effort by Pulumi, and they open sourced their solution as well. So they quickly developed and matured. So a year later, CDK was generally available. Pulumi was version 1.0. Another year later, 2.0. And in 2021, Pulumi was version 3, and CDK was version 2. So I just want to draw your attention that in the span of 3 years, these tools grew a lot. And now we are 2023, so they are really mature tools. So if you never thought about using Python for infrastructure, it's absolutely cool. So I want to show you some code. Like, okay, how does it look? Two code examples. At the top, it's like some basic infrastructure primitives in AWS CDK. So here we declare a stack, we give it some name, we just configure some parameters like whether it has gateways and how many availability zones it uses. And then I also want to create a cluster for my containers in this VPC. And a similar code, which does more or less the same in Pulumi. Again, more or less similar number of availability zones, what kind of NAT gateway configuration I want. It's single, and there I have just one. And I declare a cluster. So first thing here, like when I started trying to write infrastructure in Python, like, well, in Terraform it's declarative. Like Python, like what do I do? Write functions or what? No, it's the same. It's declarative. I just create objects, and they declare what kind of infrastructure I want to have. Okay, that's not too bad. That's nice. My fears of like I can break stuff. Like, yeah, maybe with this style doesn't look too bad. I don't think I can break much. Okay, this code is a bit harder to read, but I'll just describe. This is the next step. Like once we have the basic infrastructure, we want to put some container there. So we need to do more declarations. What kind of image we have? What kind of definition? What ports we use? Protocol? How much memory, CPU, and so on. So there's just a bit more and more declarative code, right? But you remember how I was talking, before teams were divided and code could live in separate repositories. Oh, look at this. I'm saying that my Docker image lives in directory./my_image. Oh, wow. So it's like in the same repo, I have my application and my infrastructure code. And the one just depends on another. This is amazing. This is power. So this is really where it's true DevOps. You can have everything together, and then devs could do small changes. I looked at the logs and I realized that I just need a bit more memory for my application. I no longer need to go to my infrastructure engineers and ask them, hey, can you please do this? And maybe a couple of days later they deploy it. No, I just raise the PR. I change a memory here, and I can do it myself. Amazing. I don't need to learn a new syntax, so this is cool. Right, that was something. This is where I really fall in love with it. Okay, this is the last bit. So here I'm going through a simple example. I create a network, I create a cluster for my containers, I define what parameters I want to container, and here I just say, well, deploy application load balanced Fargate service. And it's just another 10 lines of code, and that's it. So for very simple application, I could just get it up and running in, 20 lines of code? And here's the beauty of Python. Because you see, this is a library. It's a standard CDK library from AWS. It's ECS patterns. So when I think back to my Terraform days, I had to take primitive resources and build them together and more together. So it took a lot of effort. And here I have patterns and best practices in code. So I just get a library, and if I think about how much this does behind the scenes, it will create 30 resources in AWS, just this one declaration. And you can change, configure it how you want. But if you skip some parameters, it has sensible defaults. It will not break, because before it was oh my, how do I get this service? Okay, I need this. I need some permissions. Well, how do I configure those permissions? It was hard. It wasn't easy to build things that you need all the time. Obviously you learn over time and so on, but I really like how Python makes it easier and much more usable. So this is the CDK example. This is a comparable thing in Pulumi. It has a bit more. The reason why it doesn't have a built-in library with the kind of patterns and best practices. So this is still a pretty high level. So I'm just declaring a security group, a load balancer, another security group, and a Fargate service. Okay, a bit more, but still fine. Now, what if I want to make this as simple as it was in CDK? Oh, why not? So I can just package this in a class or a function or something. So with Python, I can use all the power of the language and my IDE and all the knowledge I already have. I know how to do this. I know how to make this reusable. It's very easy. It's much easier to do reusable things in Python than it is in Terraform. Terraform you can do, but it's cumbersome. It's not really built for that. So I really love Python for infrastructure. Now, I was talking about the two tools, and they kind of grew in parallel, and they could do same stuff. So what's the difference, and how does it work behind the scenes? So it's quite interesting. CDK supports many languages. It's not just Python, right? It's a lot. How do they do that? Do they write all these libraries in all these languages? Not really. So they have this logic that allows you to create resources in AWS, and they have a compiler, right? So I write my code in Python, and then it compiles it into a CloudFormation YAML. You remember back in the days, 2011, we had YAML, and it still works. It works fine. So this is our assembly, and we compile it and send to AWS, and CloudFormation does the job. You remember, it's been around since 2011. It's really mature. It works great. So they just decided to build another abstraction layer on top of it. Well, why not? Now, the CDK itself is written in TypeScript. how does it work with Python? There is the JavaScript interop interface library. So from one declaration of all the resources in TypeScript, through this library, we can generate support for TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, Java, C#, .NET, and Go. A lot of languages from just one. So this is cool. And because this is private AWS, you have like all the latest AWS resources available very quickly for these, for all the languages. Cool. Now, does Pulumi do the same? Is it the same? No, not really. And the difference is here. Look at this. Not just AWS, it also has Azure, Kubernetes, Google Cloud, and so on. So this is a big difference. Pulumi is not AWS effort. It's independent, so it wanted to support all the possible clouds out there. So they build it differently. How does it work? They have a language host. So a host for Python, which interprets my code that you saw before, and it generates some instructions for the engine. And then the agent uses providers. It's extensible, and there are so many providers, like for DigitalOcean, for whatever, you name it. A lot of things there, unlike CDK. CDK is just for AWS, and recently Kubernetes. Right, so for different languages, the core is the same, and there is just one provider that works across all of them. The Pulumi itself is written in Go, so it's fast, efficient. There is no YAML, and all the work to provision resources is done not through CloudFormation, but through API. So the AWS provider just talks to AWS API directly. Okay, so they're quite different, right? And they have different pros and cons. So now I was showing you some code. We looked how it works. Like, but what's the workflow? Like, how do you go from Python code to something provisioned in the cloud? Right. So let's look at the workflow for CDK. First, we init an application, and we say which language. It just creates a simple, starting code for us. Main.py file. Okay. Then we add our code we saw before, and then we say CDK preview, and then it will show these are the resources I want to create in the cloud. So it takes your Python code, interprets it, and shows you what it will create. Okay, then I say synthesize, and that means generate the YAML file for CloudFormation. And then I say CDK deploy, which you can see here, and it just sends it to CloudFormation. And CloudFormation does the job and shows us what was created. And then we add more code, preview, synthesize, deploy, more code, preview, synthesize, deploys, and this is your cycle, right? So your Python code is just an input to CDK, which interprets it and creates the resources, right? Now Pulumi are pretty much the same. Like, I think they're very good equivalents. So Pulumi new AWS Python, we create a new project, just a bootstrap, which has just some YAML configuration and Python file. We write some Python code that we saw before, and then we do preview, saying it shows what it wants to create. There is no synthesize step because there is no YAML. So here I put preview -- diff. It shows a more detailed view into what it's going to do. Okay, and then I say Pulumi up, things that get deployed. So this is the workflow. Like for me, it wasn't obvious in the beginning. Like, well, if I write infrastructure in Python, like, is it a program? How does it run? No, it's just an input to a tool. So the tool interprets the code and generates the stuff for you. Okay, so we saw some code examples. We looked at the architecture behind the scenes, how it works. We kind of had a bit of high-level idea about the workflow. Now, I'm trying to put a summary, like, because we say, oh, you talk about two tools, but like, which one do I choose for my next project if I want to? So let's look at kind of languages they support. I did mention about CDK. It's JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Go, .NET, and Java. It's all the same for Pulumi except for YAML. And now you say, like, what? We were trying to go away from YAML. Like, why? This is interesting because I did say, like, Python is great to build like these reusable modules, like blocks and packages that you can just give to someone and they can use. But what if you build like your entire application infrastructure and you want it to give it to someone who like doesn't really know that much Python? Oh, YAML comes to the rescue. You just tell them, well, here's your Python library for your infrastructure for the project. And here is simple YAML that refers to the Python library and just creates it for you. Oh my, that's great. It's like power of both. So you can do complex stuff in Python and still be high-level declarative with YAML. And yeah, I think that's a great combination because YAML is simple, and sometimes it's just you want to say, hey, I want the entire stack for my application, and here are a few parameters. That's it. Like you don't even need to write Python for that. I did mention that they have different architecture implementation, CloudFormation, and native API calls written in TypeScript. And this is a bit of kind of inconvenience, I would say, on the CDK side, because TypeScript is the kind of first language of choice. Python is like all the documentation is auto-generated from TypeScript. And sometimes there are pieces of documentation that are not translated well. So it still shows, here is something in JavaScript that you need to do. Like, what? Okay, I need to translate it in Python. Okay, not a big deal, but still. CDK supports AWS only, but it really does a very good job on that. So anything that AWS releases available straight away in CDK. There were cases with Pulumi that it was falling back a bit behind before. I think now it's always up to date. But also it does a lot more. So if you need other clouds, yeah, that's probably a good thing. And we are developers. So when we write infrastructure code, it's not just the infrastructure. We say like, well, if I really start doing something more complicated in my, like I write a loop or maybe conditional, it's a good idea to test it, right? Can you test your infrastructure? Okay, like it's Python, like you should be able to test something. So what kind of testing does CDK allow you? You remember, it just generates YAML, so it's not doing that much behind the scenes. So yeah, you can do asserts against the YAML that's generated. Like, okay, if I provide this input, is the YAML generated what I expect? Yeah, okay, that's the level testing you can do. It's quite basic, but it's okay. Now, Pulumi, on the other hand, they really want to make a more compelling developer experience. So they have more. They have unit testing, integration testing problems. So it's I say a more developed tool in that regard. It has different architecture, which allows them to do more. I wouldn't say that I've seen too much infrastructure testing yet, but the more complex it goes, and especially if you develop a reusable module, you would really want that, because you give it to someone else and you don't know how they call it with what input and so on. So you really want to test it. Right. So two very good tools. One is tailored to AWS, with great documentation and great AWS support. The other is cross-platform, and they both are amazing. So I really like them both. So that's it.
Nice applause.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start Q&A, please.
Thanks a lot for the helpful presentation. How about comparing regarding the CI/CD pipelines between the tools?
Right. So I did mention CDK is AWS tool, so it has quite good integration with AWS, other AWS tools like code pipeline, code build, and so on and so on. I don't think there is a big problem to run it everywhere else, because like you saw the workflow, CDK synth, CDK deploy, so you can include it in your other CI/CD systems, right? It's a package that you need to install, and it will work. Now, TypeScript for CDK, which means like you need Node.js runtime to run it. Pulumi It's a Go, it's executable, no dependencies, self-sufficient. So that's the difference. Like I'd say Pulumi probably is a bit easier to run. Now, there is a bit of interesting thing like, okay, I deploy my infrastructure, but how does it know what's already deployed? CloudFormation stores the state. With Pulumi, you have two options. You can store the state in Pulumi Cloud, or you can store the state in AWS S3 bucket or local, like options. You need to think like what's the best for you. But
It's like Terraform. The state is not stored.
yeah, it's like it's similar to Terraform. Yeah, you're right.
Next question, please.
So I'm using Terraform a lot, and so when I got it right, Pulumi resembles a little bit more to Terraform than CDK. And what I saw from your examples, it is also not cloud agnostic in the sense that you have an abstraction for, let's say, containers or instances. You always have to address the target provider. As in Terraform, is this correct?
Absolutely correct. So it's a good topic about cloud agnostic, and it's interesting. Like early in the days, there was like, oh well, like it would be fantastic if I could just write the same code and run it on any cloud. The reality is they're different enough that it just very like unless you do like very basic functionality, then you can do it. But like any deviation from basic, it won't work. So I think for that reason, Terraform and Pulumi, they made the choice. Like, we will not make it a unified solution. We just allow you to use the same syntax, but the interfaces, libraries are different for each provider. Absolutely correct. Yes. And a interesting thing, like a lot of people use Terraform already. So CDK has a version of CDK that instead of generating YAML for CloudFormation, they do generate Terraform. Wow. Yes, I did use it a year ago. It was pretty early, and the documentation was not that great. A year later, maybe it's better. I don't know.
Okay. Next question. I saw you first. Please, Nitish.
So I have a question which is not directly related to this, but like, how does CDK compare with SDK? Like both agree, for example.
Right. So AWS SDK allows you to call services, create a S3 bucket, do different things. Now, CDK, it just generates YAML, right? You can declare, I want a bucket, and it will generate a CloudFormation YAML, send it to CloudFormation, and the bucket will be created. And AWS CDK is imperative, like you do actions, create bucket, destroy bucket, get a list of files, like action, action, action. CDK is declarative. You say, I want a bucket with such and such properties. The next day you come say, actually, no, I want different configuration. You just change the code, and it takes the existing bucket and updates it. So the AWS resources match what you declare. So that's different purposes. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Now, I think you were first, and then will be Eugene, and I will take a selfie meanwhile. Yeah, please, go on.
Is there any reason why you didn't mention Ansible?
Right. Yes. So Ansible is written in Python. You can do a lot in Ansible. You can provision cloud resources. It has very wide support for different things. The philosophy of Ansible is a bit different, right? So I think it's kind of it is declarative YAML, but for the cloud, I don't think you can just say I want a bucket and it just creates it. So like you need to kind of do a bit more in does the bucket exist? If not, create it. Otherwise, do stuff. So I did use Ansible for provision clouds. I liked how it works with Python, but I found that it was great for smaller projects. For bigger projects, it starts getting like this problem of, oh, it's hard to write in YAML. The logic in YAML is brittle. Yes.
Good. Mr. Eugene.
Yeah, I have small question. I'm new with the cloud. And the question, is it possible to apply the Pulumi for some specific cloud resources like some AI features for some roles, user roles, or something like that?
Yes. So the question is like, can you use some maybe advanced or new features? Essentially, I think it has like 100 or 99% coverage of AWS. So whatever is available, it should be possible to do with Pulumi. Now, it's like, it's declarative, so it's more like, I want to create or configure something in AWS. I want to create a project in SageMaker. Yes, you can do that. Or like, whatever you want to configure or create in the AWS, it can do for you, yes.
Probably the same situation with the Google Cloud.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Alexander?
One of the key elements is the abstraction layer from the different cloud providers. As you're using Venusian syntax to declare the system, it's nice that you stay in the language your developers already know. But the problem you normally get in is if you're not having a completely declarative state, you have to ensure the idempotency on your own and also manufacture things if you try to debug or take steps away that you also have to de-provisioning the stuff in such an imperative attempt. Or how do you solve that with Pulumi?
Yeah, so the good question is like, you can do crazy stuff in Python. So how does it work with the infrastructure? Maybe things get deleted that you provisioned before, right? So I think I did mention this in the workflow that you have preview and a more detailed preview div. And yes, you need to be careful. So what I saw happen is like, oh, I do innocent change from the Python point of view. I just changed the name of the resource. And all of a sudden it says the old resource is just deleted and the new one is created. And oh my God, it deletes a ton of stuff and creates something new instead. So you are correct that you need to watch carefully what it wants to do based on your changes. And it's not like in usual Python, like change a name of an object and it's not a problem. With infrastructure, it is a problem. Now, we have a book about patterns, right? And for cloud, there are different patterns. One of them is called expand and contract. So if you want to do complex change in the cloud, rename something, what do? You expand, you create, for example, new instance. Then you redirect your objects to this new instance, and you contract, you delete the old one that you want removed. So there are things to handle this, but yeah, they're pretty cloud specific. Thank you for the question.
I will just say yes. Please, last question.
Thank you for the presentation at first. And my question is, what is the state of the art full tech stack of a cloud engineer?
It's a good question. It's like, it feels that you need to know so much. Like, you can't get away without knowing Terraform. Yes. Yeah. So that's true. So like, you need to know at least one cloud, right? You need to know Terraform to provision the cloud. You need to know CI/CD, maybe couple CI/CD tools. You need to know Python, if not for application, but for scripting. And this is like where it comes like, okay, I already know Python, so maybe I need less of Terraform and maybe a bit more of these other tools to make it easy. So I think these are core. Someone wants to add like monitoring, obviously.
Networking, I think. Yeah, if you want construction without networking, it's
network. It's interesting because also it's like in the cloud, your networking is abstracted. So like, it's not your data center networking that you need to know, right? Because they kind of do their own version in the cloud.
Yes, but you have to write some kind of security.
Yeah, you need to understand the concepts. Yeah. Absolutely.
At least.
What is a firewall? How does the network connect to another network? What is the routing table to make them work?
Yeah,
yes.
It's basics like CCNA, I think, but I think it's also crucial knowledge for cloud engineer, because you can
put the stuff in the bucket. You can put stuff in your VPC in case of AWS, but how to communicate, how to secure it, you still need to at least understand the basics of the networking. So yeah, I think it's also core knowledge.
Cool.
Any more questions there? No questions. Then applause.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was a big journey for Vlad. He's shy. He doesn't say all of it, but there was a unit destroyer bird on his way.
So I came here from Prague, where I was attending EuroPython, and I took a train. I was like, oh, it's an easy ride. You know, it's an early start, like 5:30 a.m., but it's okay. So I was trying to catch some sleep, and all of a sudden the train stops in the middle of nowhere. What happens? And they say, oh, there is a large bird that got inside the train. What? And it's kaput.
Well, at least that word you always understand.
Yes, that part
No
I
good.
understood.
No,
No good. So I sat there for 1 hour. It was just 100 kilometers from Munich. And then Anton came to rescue. So I had to jump off the train, run to the nearest village, and then I was rescued.
It's by Munich taxi.
Yes.
It's included. Okay, big thanks to Vlad, and we have a break. We have a break. Okay, checking the audio. I think no audio yet. Oh, yes, it works. Okay, perfect. Final call. Anybody wants this toys? You want one? Here you go. New toys.
Do these things like, I mean, last? Like,
You want one?
no, I'm just asking, like,
It's not poisonous.
is
It's
it, is
okay.
it glowing? Does it work with sunlight or what?
No. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's some chemistry happening there. I don't know what
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Anybody want more toys? You want, I see. Here you go. And it's a social thing because you need a partner to put it on. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Any more? The blue one is very exotic. It's a lucky one, actually. No. It's too short-lived to be a gift. All right, let's continue. Before we go to the next talk, I promised you another raffle. We have various things. I was not sure, but I got some comments somewhere here that my shirt is cool. I also think it's cool because that was my idea. So obviously, I believe it's like really cool. But I have a spare one, so I can raffle that. We need Vlad. Where is Vlad? Vlad. Okay, Vlad is gone. We need the help of run domination. We have to call him like Santa Claus. Vlad, we need your help. We need the raffle help. Could you just open it on your laptop and make it kind of public so that we have our last talk, but after this talk, our security is booked until like 11. So I think we can have some good time. I will put on music. We have beer, and sunset is beautiful from here. So, yeah, no, sunset, not sunrise. However, I mean, you need to speak with Rich about this. Maybe if you stay so long, you have to join NordCloud after. You know, it's like you have to marry, sort of. Okay, so our next raffle. Are you ready?
Yes.
You still remember your numbers, so we don't need to count again. Very good. I need some action, please. Da 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 da. T-shirt and generate 37. We still have 37 here. No. Okay, that is screw.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Would you like to have a T-shirt? Good. Okay, please, big applause for number 37. Good. And I have one more swag thing I can raffle. This is very important for summer. You might ask, this was originally designed, this is the thermos, but it's smart because it has a temperature indicator here. And somebody said to me, like, why would you need this in summer? And Eugene gave the answer, Aperol Spritz. Works perfectly well. So if you want this is also from our company, and actually it's brought from Ukraine, so it's double value, you know. If not, you know the keyword. If you don't want it, you know what to say to me, like the rich word. Let's do it again. Drama, 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 drama. Drama, drama, drama. 30. 30 still here? You. Okay. Is it screw you? Or is it Aperol? Aperol. You're very welcome. Okay. I think the Santa Claus time is over for now. Yeah. So we will be having a next talk now. Next talk is from Diba. Diba is actually the first person who joined our company. When did you join?
2018.
2018. So that's 5 years. I think it speaks good of us, sort of. Yeah. So it's our most beloved person. Yeah, so as I say, yeah, we are the agency. We really don't do anything that special, I would say, company-wise. We just do the events, and I think this is kind of a thing that joins us. Most of our customers, as well as most of our employees, are somehow connected to community and word of mouth. So Diba is my colleague, but also my friend. So please, big applause to Diba.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's go.
Thanks a lot. So anybody who runs a website which is visited by a lot of, let's say, used by a lot of users, needs to test whether the website is working from the user's point of view, right? I mean, you could obviously, just like a few examples, like maybe, does the login work? Can the user change passwords? Does the website open in Opera? That's a browser that some people use. Yeah, stuff like that. So you could do this manually, like somebody could be sitting there and checking all the important user journeys manually, but that is time intensive, that's money intensive. So anybody who wants to reduce the amount of time needed to do this testing or the amount of money needed to do this testing will need to automate the process, right? And that's test automation. Well,
I'm turning on slide sharing for online. It got
okay.
So it's
Okay.
Talk. That was screen 2, right?
Screen 2.
Wow.
No, just fine.
And mute this. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Good. All right. So where were we?
Everything works.
Right. We were at test automation, right? Yeah. Okay. So, well, anybody who has been doing test automation using Python, okay, I will ask. I will ask in a moment. Yeah. Knows that Selenium has been there forever, right? I mean, if you talk about test automation, Selenium is the king. And even though web development frameworks, it seems like almost every year a new web development framework comes out, right? But not so for test automation. Selenium was the king and has been the king for a very long time, until 2020. And I'm talking about test automation in Python, right? If you're talking about in JavaScript, maybe the years are going to change around a little bit. But if we stick to Python, then 2020, another test automation framework called PlayWright came out. And I would say made quite a splash in the test engineer community. So this talk is about Selenium versus PlayWright. It's going to be a really short talk because I've been asked to give a lightning talk, so 10, 15 minutes maybe. And I'm not asking you to fight, but rather the idea would be to take a very simple yet not a toy example, but a realistic, simple example, and then compare how would it look like if I try to automate that scenario using Selenium, and if I try to do that with PlayWright. How do they compare? Before I go into that, I want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Divya. I'm a software developer at Take5, which is the same company where Anton and Vlad also work. I've been helping companies with test automation since 2018, which include test automation framework development, testing strategy, test infrastructure, and architecture. And I'm currently, in my day job, setting up the test automation for the sovereign workplace portal of the BMI, the Bundesministerium des Innern und für Heimat.
So now let's come back to the scenario, that simple but realistic scenario that we want to automate, right? So what I want to do is, I think almost everybody here should know this website, right? WG gesucht. This is where you find shared apartments. And I want to run a login test. And I'm pretty sure the guys who are working in WG gesucht definitely have such a test in their test suite, probably, yeah. So that's why simple but realistic. Okay, so what are the steps that I need to do here? I need to firstly, like these annoying cookies, right? I mean, okay, accept all, fine. Then I need to click here, out comes a pop-up. Here, okay, so email address, password, since this is a public talk, I've created a test account here. So if you copy this password, you're not going to affect anybody. Okay, so this is the email ID. So I want to do this. Password is PyMunich, appropriately. Then I want to log in. Great. And then I want to check that, okay, am I logged in? Like, I want to assert that I'm logged in. And the way I will do it is that I will go to Mine Konto, which means my account, and then check if this Mine profile link is there, because it's not there in the logged out state, and whether I can click on it. This is the simple test scenario, yeah? Okay, now let's look at how this is going to look like in Selenium. So since Selenium has been there forever, as I said, now is my time to ask that question, yeah? So how many of you have heard of Selenium? Oh my God, okay. How many of you have actually worked with Selenium? That's also quite a lot. How many of you have heard of PlayWright? Okay, good. How many of you have actually used PlayWright? Okay, that's good. So I mean, that was the whole point of this talk, right? All right, so that is the reason why I have already prepared the Selenium script, because I thought that probably all of you can probably read it and understand it immediately, right? So, and here I have added some comments, yeah? Like the comments are about, like, see, Selenium is great, but it comes with its annoyances. And in the comments, I've tried to point out, at least from my point of view, what I think are the regular annoyances when working with Selenium. So first, let's go through this very quickly. Line number 10 and 11 is basically all the WebDriver related management stuff. And this is like the simplest you can, the simplest way you can do it. The moment you need to run this in a Docker container, all the command line options that you have to start adding, right? So this is the simplest possible one, still takes some space. Then line number 13, we are going to the website. And then, so I have the individual steps, I have separated them into blocks with one space in the middle. Okay, the next section is all about accepting cookies. And here, again, annoyance. So if I do not put this WebDriver wait over there, then it's going to work 7 times. So, it's 7 out of 10 times, and 3 out of 10 times it's not going to work. Yeah. So this leads to brittle tests, right? I mean, you see your test suite is red, and you are like, oh man, maybe I broke something, but nothing is actually broken. It's just because you did not put waits for the elements to load, etc., etc. Secondly, how am I trying to find the element? By ID, right? So this is not how an user finds elements. User doesn't know what the ID of a web element is, right? So this is not super user-facing. And if some developer, just one fine morning decides to change this ID, but the button looks the same, your test suite is going to break. So next thing, using XPaths all over, yeah, and this is like a very simple XPath here. These things can get monstrous, right? Believe me. And it makes tests brittle as well because of the same reason that it's not user-facing, right? More WebDriver waits, and I also put in, today in the afternoon, I was quickly trying to write this test. I ended up taking like 45 minutes because of all these different errors that kept coming. Element not interactable. stale element exception, no such element exception. And in each case, you have to find out not only like what weight to put, but also which condition to check for, right? Anyway, quickly, so here we are basically, logging in this block. And in this block, we are like checking if the profile link is there. All right, let's run this. And if it throws an error, it's a feature of this talk, not a bug, I must point out, yeah, because Selenium has the habit of throwing you errors and brittle tests. That's what I was talking about. But I will cross my fingers and give it a run. All righty. So there you go. Okay, immediately, like you see, there's like some kind of problem coming up. It says element not interactable. Very good. I ran this right before the presentation, and if I like expanded the browser, it seemed to be working, which is what I did right now. Okay, this goes to show you like the annoyance some test engineer is going to face if they're using a tool like this. Okay, good. Now I will like compare this quickly with PlayWright, and I will go lightning fast because PlayWright is easier to comprehend, and just because you don't get all of these problems, it tends to be simpler. Okay, let's see. So first, installation, right? I talked about the WebDriver management in Selenium. So if in Selenium you want to test Firefox and Chrome, you have to manage the WebDriver of both. And you have to do that yourself, mostly. If you want to use PlayWright today, all you need to do is say pip install pytest PlayWright, right? Run that. And then say PlayWright install. And that's going to take care of all the browsers for you, right? So PlayWright will download all the browsers and will manage them for you. That's number one. I mean, this is not a earth-shattering thing. There is also Selenium WebDriver Manager, but hey, PlayWright has it built in, right? Okay. The next thing is that I told you, right, that I tried to write this, and these exceptions started coming, and at the end, I took 45 minutes. Let's see how I would develop the same thing using PlayWright. I would actually not start with my IDE. I would rather say PlayWright code gen. And you can imagine that means code generate, right? And then I would say that, okay, I want this to happen in Vegegesuk-day. Okay, let's open that up. Okay, and now my job will be to just click through this like a human being would, right? So I would just, do the same stuff again. Mein Konto, and there I need the username again. Where is it? Where is it? Username. No, that's not the wrong browser. This one right here, I was, okay. Enter. Password is PyMunich. Login. And then I want to go to Mein Konto. And then I want to click Mein Profile. That's the test, right? Okay, and what now PlayWright did in the background while I was doing that is it did this. It wrote the code. Yes. So I'm just going to now, copy this. Now, I mean, this is like, I don't want to, sell it for what it's not. So a human needs to look at it, check it, otherwise you will run into trouble. Okay, so, but I want to then open create a new file, call it pw.py, right, for PlayWright. I'm going to paste that all in. And run it first, and then you will see why I gave you the disclaimer. So accepts the cookies, enters the thing, and then it gets stuck. Well, and all But hey, I mean, that was a big progress because I mean, the cookie dialog, I did not have to say how much weight I want. I did not have to say how much, what conditions I want for the login modal to open. So, okay, so last step is the problem. So why is this, what is happening here? Okay, I will kill it, yeah. I will kill it now, and I know why this is happening is because at one point you have to hover over mine contour. The hover is missing here. So what I'm gonna do is that, you know, this mine contour thing is there already. I'm going to say login button or link, whatever, doesn't matter. And then login button dot click here, right? And then I have the login button, and all I need to do is here I have to do that login button dot hover. Good. Okay, let's run that. Yeah, now that was good, right? Okay. Well, thank you. This is no rocket science, yeah, but thank you anyway. So I want to show you now something even more cooler, right? So I mean, so we are at this point, and then I want to open another file, and I want to call this test login because I'm now going to actually write a test for PyTest, right, to run. Okay, so test login. I have to say def test login, and since I have already installed PyTest PlayWright, it's providing me with a fixture called page, which represents an empty tab. This is what I'm taking as an argument, yeah? And since this page fixture that PlayWright provides is going to manage the browser and the context for you, so you don't have to care about cleanup. Every single test is going to start with an independent and clean context. So that means that if this was simple enough, I can make it even simpler because I don't need this browser or context related stuff. So I can just copy this part, put it here, and then immediately I can say PyTest test login. Did I? Oh, I did. I did not need this. Yeah, I did not need that. Okay. Again. Okay, good. We want to see what it's doing, obviously, so I pass on headed. There you go. In such a short time, I wrote a pretty stable test. I can run this again, and you will see that it runs, it's stable, it will do what it's supposed to. And why is that? So I want to show you the reason is because, firstly, it has this capability called auto wait, which means that whenever you're performing an element interaction, PlayWright is going to automatically check for you, is the element attached to the DOM? Is the element visible? Is the element clickable? And only when all these checks succeeds will it do the action. It's not stupid, right? That's why here you will not see any explicit waits. This is all happening under the hood. And that's why it looks so simple as well. The second interesting thing that I will point out is that, look at these XPaths here, right? Or this one, right? Accept cookies button by ID, right? And I don't know who thought of that, but okay. Here, this looks like page get by role button accept all. That is what the user sees, right? He sees a button called accept all. How is PlayWright doing that? That's because PlayWright uses the ARIA attributes. So the way PlayWright performs tests is the same way a visually impaired person will use your website. So when you do PlayWright tests, you are guaranteed you are doing accessibility testing at the same time. So you get that for free, right? So that's awesome. Now for some more magic. Okay, want to do multi-browser tests? Can do that. So I want to test both Firefox and I want to test also Chromium, both of them. Let's go. So that's Firefox. That's Chromium. So by installing just this one package, PyTest PlayWright, you are getting multi-browser test. What else are you getting? You get more, actually. So what I can do is that I can say, OK, now I want screenshot on, I want video, and I want tracing. And then let it run, and then I'll show you that like you also get your test artifacts without, like, it's all included in one package and pretty easy to install, right? So here's my test results, right? Let me open that in a file. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to open in my file explorer. There. However, my file explorer is in another desktop. That kind of stuff. What can I do about that? Can't I drag this? Okay, moment, just give me a second. Let me close this, and I will try to open that again. There, better. So, and then we have video, right? You can see what the test did. We have the screenshot of the last page. And we also have a trace viewer. If I had more time today in the talk, I would have shown you what the trace viewer looks like. It's fantastic. If you're interested, please go back and check out. I mean, this is one of the best debugging tools that I have used as a test engineer. So it's fantastic for debugging, like when something goes wrong with your tests. But I will not show it because time. Did I want to show anything else? I've shown tracing, yeah, one more thing. Sometimes, these tests happen too fast. And you want to do the test in the same speed as a human would. This in PlayWright is also as simple as saying, slow-mo, be like a turtle, and 500 milliseconds of wait after every action. And then it will do it. I see it's like a little more relaxed. Right? Okay, guys. So I mean, basically, I don't want to take up any more time because it was supposed to be a lightning talk. So I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Amazing. Questions? First one there, please.
We tried Cypress.
Yeah.
How does this compare with the...
So the reason why I didn't mention Cypress is because it's a JavaScript tool, number one. This is a Python meetup. So, well, but like, no, I'll take it seriously because in a company, when you are thinking of test automation, you are not, you are not handcuffed to use Python. So you're considering everything. And then I think Cypress is best for front-end engineers. If you're developing a front-end app and you want to, you have a team of front-end engineers, and they want to run their own tests, it's good. But the moment you go into a test automation scenario that involves multi-tab, there Cypress would not work because it just cannot do that. So yeah, I would say that if you're a front-end engineering team, you are coding all the time in JavaScript, you want to do tests yourself, Cypress is good. Yeah.
Very good. Now, next question.
I want to ask if you have a good practice how you structure the test, if a page object model or BDD.
Amazing, because like
Design or
this is like some thank you. You asked a question that's very close to my heart, because in the last few months I was actually like, one of the things that I was working on is designing a page object model for PlayWright that is more suited to the PlayWright style of doing things, because like since Selenium has been there forever, I think when most people start with the page object model, they are thinking in the Selenium way. They're thinking in the Selenium way. But when you use PlayWright, you suddenly see that the way of testing is different there. And you probably can have a page object model that's more adapted to PlayWright and can work better. If you catch me after the talk, I have a spec that I actually was working on the last few months, and this is exactly about that. Yeah.
Okay, Alexander was next question.
You compared, in my point of view, apples with oranges. Selenium is much more old style and very imperative on processing stuff. Another very good Python framework for acceptance tests is Robot Framework. So it would be nice, just if you know it, to make a comparison between Robot Framework and PlayWright.
I have actually not used Robot Framework, so.
The Robot Framework based on Selenium for the browser test, so it's using Selenium. Basically, it's a wrapper on top of Selenium.
Yeah. Okay.
You have a screenshots functionalities, you have report functionalities, but it's based on Selenium. So.
Okay.
Any more questions? Yes, Ole, please. You.
Thanks for a great example with creating that. I wonder how page picture was injected. I haven't noticed any test code generated, or is it some plugin for PyTest? Or
So I installed PyTest PlayWright right in the beginning.
oh, so that's a plugin.
Yeah.
Okay, Alexander again.
As it is a PyTest framework, what you didn't show was assertion. So normally you would go with assertions
Yes.
to test certain steps or something.
Okay, I mean, see, I can show you because this is a one-liner.
I like questions from Alexander. Alexander works at the university.
Oh, but this is a different computer. At some point, that okay. So I will tell you, yeah. So assertions like in PlayWright works like this. It's like there is a function called expect. You say expect whatever element then comes in the brackets, and then dot, and then the assertion to be visible, to be clickable, anything like that.
You can still use your laptop.
It's fine, but I wanted to just say that it's very simple. It's always expect something, and then if you want to add like a message, custom message, you can do so.
More questions? Last one, maybe. Yes.
also a framework called Peter. There was also one version of Python.
What Peter?
Peter from Google.
You mean Puppeteer? Yeah, of course. So I mean, a little bit about the history. So this PlayWright didn't, come out in a vacuum. 2018 was when like Puppeteer, I think, came out. And the idea behind Puppeteer is that we are not going to use the WebDriver API. We are going to talk directly to Chromium Web Tools. That was the idea. So you can do a lot more because the WebDriver API is limited. The DevTools is more capable. And obviously, Puppeteer was very well loved. It also had the auto-wait, by the way. So very well loved in the community. And at some point, the developers of Puppeteer wanted to extend it to other browsers. Like, hey, we don't want to stick with Chrome. We also want to do Firefox. And Google said no. And so Microsoft knew this, and they poached that team who made Puppeteer. So basically, the same guys who made Puppeteer actually made PlayWright in Microsoft. And so that's why PlayWright can now do, one of their focus was multi-browser, multi-language So PlayWright is not there only in Python, it's in many languages you can use it. Yeah. So they basically, their dream come true kind of. Yeah. That's the background.
Very good. Okay, one more. Super fun. Yes.
What about one of the problems of the cookie runners was they used the shadow DOM to just to hide the buttons for such tools. Do you know if PlayWright with this approach of using the label of the button is able to always click the cookie runner out, or is still a problem the use?
In my normal experience, it can do that. Yeah. But even though, I mean, yeah. In my experience, at least, it has been able to do that. That's all I can say. All right, I guess that's it, right?
That's it. We open up loud.
Thank you, thank you.
It's exactly good time for these glowing things to be activated. So I'm happy you have some. I think we can make amazing picture. If you have it on the hand, please write it up. Yes. Let's say bye Munich.
Bye Munich. Bye Munich.
Diba, come here. Let's make a selfie. Okay. Yeah, front camera is not as good, but still. One more thing before we make the closing. Actually, it is kind of start of the closing, but still. You noticed Diba is a good speaker, and he's moving when he's talking. Yeah, he's like confident. Nice style. And when Diba is moving, Eugene, also a coworker, is moving the camera and doing the rolling out. Oh my God. Eugene was doing this the whole evening, basically. So I think he also owes an applause from us. Very good. So, as I said, we have security booked till 11, which gives us plenty of time to empty NordCloud's beer box over there. We also have disco lights. We have these lights. We have music, which I will turn on now, synthwave, because we are cyber style today. I want to thank everyone for attending. I want to say thank you to NordCloud for hosting us, to our speakers, of course, for giving this talk. I hope we can still chat, network. I will open beer right after I finish this because I'm tired, but I would love to chat with you to have what do we do next time, how we improve, because we are super flexible and we want it to be cool. I know it's already cool, but we want it to be even cooler. So I will be happy to chat with all of you, and so do other speakers, I'm sure. So please ask us more questions, get to know each other, chat, empty the fridge, as they say, and come again next month. Thank you.